We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again.
Good evening and welcome. We're here at UWI St. Augustine as we continue our coverage of the UWI Intercampus Games, the UWI Intercampus Games 2026. It's football time as the men kick things off this afternoon. It's a breezy and bright Sunday afternoon, and it's the Mona team. They're up against the Five Islands team of Antigua. Mona, of course, famously from Jamaica. Well, we've got the starting lineups for you. For the Mona team, we've got they're starting out in goal. It's the number 40, that's Xavier James. They're captained by the impressive captain, Matthew Coker. Where he'll be sporting the number 8 jersey. The number 10 jersey goes to Carlos Cooper. Number 18, busy on the wing, that's Raheem Binns. Number 6, it's going to be Daniel Bowen. Number 5, none other than Ralph Maxwell. Number 14, Kareem Mugg. Number 7, it's the silky smooth Danielo McKenzie. Number 19, Deshaun Francis. He'll be sporting that number. And David Coombs is the number 17. Rounding off the starting lineups is Terrell Murray. So that's it's Daniel Bowen, number 6 for the boys from Mona. Well, the Five Island boys, they come into this game just getting a draw yesterday, last evening, and starting off in goal, it's Delron Fredericks. The number 9 is Joshua Ferdinand. Number 21, David Richardson, sorry. The number 17, Daniel Bryan. Number 11 is Sadiki Mead. Number 5, Andrew Bowen. The number 10 is Cameron McKenzie. Number 25, Jean-Marc Digans. Number 20, Nathan Fenton. Number 12, Marik Edwards. And rounding off the starting lineup, we've got Wendell Joseph. So that's the starting lineup, the teams on the pitch. At the side of the pitch, we have Miss Mitchell returns as well. So she's AR number 1. AR number 2, Spencer. And the lady in the middle who will control things today, Miss Latoya Williams. So she is going to be the lady in the middle. So that's the action as they get ready for kick-off here. As just thought that there was a team on this. As it is called, a field with a lot of history, made famous by Guadi, Get Up and Do It Yourself Tournament League. But this is the jewel in the crown, the inter-campus games, bringing together the campuses across the Caribbean. Mona out of Jamaica, Five Islands out of Antigua, and of course Trinidad and Tobago. That's the St. Augustine and Cayville from Barbados. But it's all about the boys in red up against a bit of an aquamarine, if that's the correct description of that color. And the Jamaican team, they got a hard-fought victory over Cayville last evening. They'll be looking to continue their perfect record, but they'll be up against a very talented Five Islands team that came back from 2-0 down last evening against St. Augustine to come out with a hard-earned 2-all draw. Men to look for out of Mona, it's Daniel Bowen, or I was calling him last evening because of the handwriting. I was calling him, it was Botang. So I'll correct that. Number 6, Daniel Bowen. He'll be playing a sweeper position for this Mona team. The man in the middle who's going to create a lot of havoc is the number 8, the talented captain, Matthew Coke. The guys down the wing, number 18, look for him, Bin. He will be very exciting. Raheem Bin down one of the wings. On the other side, it's going to be Carlos Cooper. One moment of magic by him separated his two teams as he's giving us a bit of a jig on the ball. And referee Williams showing, in fact, on the ball is Murray. He goes back to his skipper. Driven by Coke, but it's intercepted. And immediately Mackenzie puts it down. He finds Mead. Mead started on the bench last game. Bin wins out. The skipper Coke just placing it with Coombs. Coombs finding as they change the ball across and picking it up out wider outside of the boot, aimed at Murray. And he blazed over. So Terrell Murray with an early opportunity here, as he had the chance to put it to bed early. The keeper hopelessly out of position. That was Delron Frederick. So Mona starting very quickly. Lightning fast start by the boys in red. So looking to settle things down, it's David here for the Five Islands team. David Richardson. Bowen trying to be a bit cheeky there was Francis. Mead. He loses out there. Strong challenge, robust challenge here by the number 17. That's Coombs. And Bin just trying to be a bit cheeky as they recycle the ball here. Richardson finding Brand. He loses out. Maxwell goes back to Bowen. Bowen looking for movement. Goes short to Coombs. Coombs goes back to Bowen. And Bowen across to Maxwell. Maxwell picks it up and he decides to go wider. Finds the impressive Carlos Cooper. Ball through to the captain Cook. And it's Murray with another opportunity here. Murray turning left. But the flag was up on the near side as Miss Mitchell just having the flag up and signaling an offside, just having straight into the offside position was Murray. So it's going to be a restart for the Five Islands boys as they bang it long. And again, Boeing, he's going to be commanding. Bin. Threaded through Murray. The two attacking players not on the same wavelength. And it's banged upfield there by Frederick. Commanding header. He goes down, Brand. Advantage played. Bursting into the area here. Across come Boeing. But able to maintain good possession here. Mackenzie. Silky smooth. Brian. Still Brian going. Brian, but he's just stopped there by Mackenzie. So there's Mackenzie on both sides, so I'll have to call their names. Of course, for Mona, we have Danielo Mackenzie, silky smooth player. And on the opposite side, another very silky smooth player is Karen Mackenzie. He's number 10 for the Five Islands team. But it's going to be a free kick as Richardson stands over this one. David Richardson just looking to thread the needle. Finds the Brian. But Brian not on the same wavelength with Ferdinand. And they lose out. So it's Cooper for Mona. Finds his skipper, Coke. Coke taking his time, find Coombs. Coombs looking to open out and play it wider. Still in possession. He's asking for movement, not getting the movement that he wants, but begging for the ball. It's Mog. Mog is asking for it. And Coombs decides to go all the way across to the next side. He picks up on Maxwell. Maxwell finds his wing back, who's none other than Mackenzie, as they maintain possession. Bowen, good touch. And he finds Cooper. Cooper is open, 3 acres of room. He's dangerous in one-on-one position. He goes past one, sneaking into the area. Shot! Straight on the keeper, is rebounded. Oh! And the keeper makes another save off of Murray, but the flag went up on the near side.
He's dangerous
so
in one-on-one.
by the bell there. As we have it again. Look at Cooper. The shot, the rebound. But yeah, he was definitely in an outside position. He skied it, but it would not have counted. So the Mona team, they have started like a house on fire. Five Islands slowly out of the boxes. They will have to settle quickly. But it's going to be Richardson. David Richardson. It's banged forward. Good defensive header there by Maxwell. Falls to Mackenzie. That's Danielo Mackenzie. He treads the ball forward, aimed at Cooper. But coming across and doing the defensive duties was Richardson. Playing the ball off of Murray. And it goes out for a touch on the far side. Of course, the Uwi Games, they run from the 21st of May to the 29th of May. Basically a week of total enjoyment. And as we all know, sport brings together communities, nations. As Mona, based in Jamaica, and don't mistake it that they're only Jamaicans playing. All our campuses, a lot of mixed athletes. I remember more than, in fact, it's 30 years ago, on my first inter-campus games, our team had 3 Jamaicans, Matt Nikon, all making up part of that squad here from St. Augustine. So that's just an example of the wide variety of nations that one team will possess. But that's just a bit of history. Now to the present and future, the future stars of Uwi Games 2026 just going down. That's Mackenzie tying up with Brian. That will be a battle within a battle. As chucking across to take it. It's the wing back forward. That's in fact, it's Wendell Joseph. In fact, it's Edwards. Edwards just lofting this one into the area. And it's cleared out there by Boeing. Flag again going up. And it's Murray. With Terrell Murray, he has to get it right. He's been living on the defensive line, but he just has to look across the line. And I think it's sloppy when, as an offensive player, you don't just look across the line. He's being caught offside on too many occasions. As Coombs wins this one, looks to drill it, but it's blocked out there by Boeing, another Boeing. That's Andrew Boeing for the Five Islands team. Ferdinand finds the impressive Brian. Brian back to Ferdinand. That partnership is going to be very telling for the Five Islands boys. But this man, Cooper, silky smooth. His goal separated the two teams last evening. He's barging into the back. No call by the referee. It's played forward. Bin. The keeper is backpedaling. Bin. And he's just run out of real estate. So a bit of excitement there. Bin with a bit of a run. As the keeper goes to retrieve the ball. That's keeper Frederick. He goes and retrieve as the Five Island team just get a chance to reset. Now I'm just noticing that the two keepers are in a green. One with with black sleeves and the other with green sleeves. Of course, getting the kits coordinated may just be a bit tricky. But the boys from Mona, they're having no problems with their kits. Brilliant red as Bin finds Mog. Mog drives it across field, aimed at Mackenzie. Mackenzie does well to control, but then he loses out. And that's a tackle there. Just put out a play by Mackenzie. As the Mona ladies thinking from yesterday that they have to pass behind the tent, but the cameras are now high up on the cameras are high up as but it's good. It shows that they are learning quickly. They expected the cameras on the ground yesterday the evening because of the overcast conditions and threat of rain, but no such threat thus far. It's not a blazing sun, but it's not overcast either. As Boeing heads down, Mog plays wider. He finds Bin. Exciting young player. Looking for the early pass. Finds his skipper Coke. They exchange passes. Yeah. They exchange passes. And Bowen plays the one-time pass across to Mackenzie. That's Daniello Mackenzie. He brings it forward. Finds Cooper. Carlos Cooper, Sisi. Is he going to Sisi the man? The ball is just played out. Of course, you know when you Sisi email, it's because it's a very important email. Ball is going to be thrown in as Mackenzie throws it in. It's one of the captain, but it goes out of play. He's telling Mackenzie how he wants that throw more to the foot than the thigh area. It was Nathan Fenton, who did the defensive duties for the Five Islands boys. Of course, all the teams undefeated in the men's side of the football. Sorry, the only team defeated would have been the Kville team. So there are 3 teams undefeated. 1 perfect. They are the boys in red from Mona. Just coming into the pocket there and picking up the ball nicely would have been Francis. He goes back to Coombs. Coombs back to Bowen. Bowen brings it all the way across the back and a poor touch there by Mackenzie. Daniello Mackenzie. When he looks over the replay, he would think that, it just was not what I wanted to do. So it's going to be a throw-in. They throw it in and it goes all the way to Bowen. Bowen asking for movement. Bowen finds Coombs. Coombs looking for the run. Finds the run off his skipper. Cook. He goes back to Coombs. Coombs turns away from Mog. And Mog will be very disappointed that he didn't get a touch there. Ball played through. Is he onside? He is onside. Bran. He's up against Mackenzie. Daniello Mackenzie, that is. Beautiful body shake. But good work there by Mackenzie. Wins out, but then he's unable to clear. And the ball just going out of play. It comes off of that's Nathan Fenton. And it's thrown in Francis. Trying to get to Cooper. It's broken up. And here comes the exciting footing on. He loses out. In fact, he's still in control of it. Now losing out. And Cooper in a battle with Fenton. bin. He was up against the Gans. The Gans winning that battle. So interesting personal battles developing here. Coco, beautiful ball. Can Cooper get to the end of it? Carlos Cooper picks up with room and time. The early ball through. Murray setting back. A strong touch there by Francis. Mead. He's in a battle with Morgan. And the referee assistant on the near side, Miss Mitchell, just signaling that an infringement had taken place. And it's going to be Mogg to take this one. That's Kareem Mogg. And he's looking for movement inside. The big guys from the back. They've loaded the area. Ball floated into the area. Just a bit too far forward. It goes out for a goal kick. And it's going to be a goal kick for the Five Island team. The team out of Antigua. So they're just trying to retrieve the ball. A strong wind blowing from east to west. Yes, it's been blowing across the field. A healthy sprinkling of fans just coming in to the stands here as they take their time to get the restart going. The Antigua flag is just being draped. The Antigua flag just being draped. You see, as one of the supporters, there's a push in the back. Mackenzie, while he's questioning the referee, a quick restart. It was aimed at Brad, but it's breaking up. And Mackenzie wins it, finds Mogg. Mogg gives it to Brian. To Bowen, sorry. Bowen. Finding Francis. Francis treading the needle. Finds Maurice on side. Flag stayed down that time, but it's broken up. Strong tackle there, taking no prisoners is Edwards. Malik Edwards. As that ball is cleared out. So it's going to be a throw-in. The retrieving of the ball just providing a bit of challenge to the players. And we're seeing they're sharing the refreshment. So it's going to be a throw-in. That was Karen McKenzie. Maxwell goes back to the impressive Boeing, Daniel Boeing, not Byron, as I was saying last evening. Ball floated forward. Keeper comes and he claims easily. That's Frederick. Picking up the ball nicely there. As the Gans finds Mead. Mead maintaining possession and then just giving away. Mogg finds Francis. Francis finding Coombs. Coombs with a shot. It's charged down. Goes out for a throw-in. So the Mona boys are applying some pressure here. Falls the Bin trying to use the left boot as we see the coaches of the Five Islands team just passing to and fro. They've had a reasonable tournament thus far. Had earned a 2-all draw last evening for the boys. Well fought, coming back from 2-0 down. As it's picked up here by the impressive Ferdinand. Joshua Ferdinand, he finds Brian. Silky smooth Mead. Mead one-on-one with Mogg. And the referee finally, she took her time and considered it. So it's going to be a free kick here. A bit of a tricky position. And looking to take it is Karen McKenzie. Karen McKenzie, silky smooth player. Referee Williams asking the players to step back. Ball played forward. Maxwell first straight. A shot from distance there. It was Edwards with that shot. Malik Edwards. It was high, wide, and I'm afraid to say not handsome. My producer, Mr. Jason Passad, saying that shot probably resembled you, Gordon. High and not handsome. But it's Coombs. He has played beautifully all evening long. Finds Maxwell. Maxwell across to Daniel Boeing. He strides forward. Finds his skipper, Coke. Coke being caught in possession, but he's able to burst free still. He's looking for Murray. Bin. But just throwing it out for a corner there was Digans. On the injury report, Sadiki Salvi, he was injured last evening, suffered a hairline fracture to the collarbone. So that's the end of his 2026 Intercampus Games. As this one flashed across, and it's cleared. So Sadiki, and enter his Intercampus Games. This is BG, he's just onside. Ball play through, it goes past the keeper. A good solid tackle by keeper James. He's done excellent there. It was a beautiful ball played through to, look at it here again. A beautiful ball, he's onside. The keeper came, made himself bigger. Good tackle. As we back to the live action. And it's Mackenzie, Kieran Mackenzie. He's silky smooth, not afraid to put on the skills and trills. And they're beginning to just knock that ball around. The boys are from Antigua. As Meade wants to get the ball. So the referee, Natalia Williams, just instructed where the ball should be placed. Ball played through. And losing out is footed on. Coombs goes back to Bowen. Bowen finding Carlos Cooper wider. Mackenzie playing this ball forward. Keeper comes and claims that's Frederick at the edge of his area. Sorry, that's James at the edge of his area. Digans. Meade. He's battling with Borger. Asking for a call. No call coming. It was a very soft challenge there. As Morga finds Coombs. Coombs shakes off the challenge of Brian. Then he loses out. And now it falls to the impressive Carlos Cooper. Ball played back. Dear Mackenzie. That's a no-look pass to Francis. Everyone was taken by it. Francis was looking to the right, passing to the left. I think he caught everyone, including his teammate. As the ball goes out for a throw-in to the Five Islands team. So if you're just joining us on what's on the screen, it's Intercampus Games 2026. It's Five Islands in the aquamarine blue strips. They're up against the boys in red from Mona, Jamaica. Referee Natalia Williams just blowing for the infringement. And it's going to be Mackenzie. Mackenzie stands over this one. Danielo Mackenzie. Not the best of crosses. Bran just giving him the belt. Ferdinand turns in field. Mead asking for it. He's in a foot race with Mark here. Beats one. Goes past Bowen. Shot. It was always lifting there. He was up against the impressive Boeing. And Boeing just putting some of his weight on him. He's about 6'3", probably 200 pounds, most of it muscle. So keeper James just remonstrating with his defenders. So James goes short to Boeing. Daniel Bowen. He want to play with both feet, Bowen. He finds Maxwell. Maxwell finding McKenzie. That's Danielo McKenzie. As the ball just goes out of play. Of course, we want to hats off to our sponsors, Gatorade, our Ionic sponsor. Also, Blue Waters, our hydration sponsor. We're going to have a Blue Waters drinks break as the players hydrate themselves. Welcome back as we're just coming back from the hydration break in this game where it's Mona, the Mona campus up against the Five Islands campus. Of course, it's football you're watching live right here on Uwi TV as well as 360 TV as we bring to you Inter-Campus Games 2026. Bringing the Caribbean together in the here at beautiful St. Augustine. We are at the top field as they get ready for the restart. Just about 25 minutes gone, 26 minutes gone. Both teams locked at nil apiece. Mona in red up against the Five Islands team who are in a bit of a aquamarine blue. So it's going to be McKenzie. He's going to take this strand. And this is Danielo McKenzie. There's also a McKenzie on the Five Islands team. He throws it into Maxwell. Maxwell finds Francis. Francis to Carlos Cooper, who loses out. Brian. Brian has been in the wars early on here. Daniel Brian. So it's going to be Edwards. Edwards finding Brian. McKenzie putting the ball out of play. So it's going to be ball just going out of play. Now, that's probably one of the things that they got to correct quickly. They need to have ball attendance. As we get help from a passerby. He throws it into Edwards, Malik Edwards, who's going to take this throw. As he throws it aimed at Ferdinand. Defensive header by Maxwell, and then headed clear by Daniel and then Mackenzie. The referee just calling for stamping. The stamping motion, an illegal motion in football. And it's Boeing. The ball has hung up in the air. Not the best defensive header that you would see by Davis there. That's Tariq Davis for Five Islands. And Mona Morgan aimed at Maurice, headed on. Ben! Really poor there. It was an interesting build-up. It was Morgan who found Murray. He headed it on. Ben with acres of room and time, just rushing that shot. And in the end, flashing wide. It's deemed by the referee to have come off of the defender, so it's going to be a corner for the Mona team as they get ready to deliver it in. And going to take it, it seems to be Morg who's going to take it. He's going to be taking it with the right boot. He's going to be curling away. Kareem Morg, the right wing back, as the big guys from the back, they've loaded the area. Height advantage to Mona. Ball whipped across on the ground and unable to get it on target there was Coombs. He got it. He got to it first, but was unable to direct it on target. The ball goes out, and it's going to be a goal kick for the Five Islands team. So, as they look to get a restart going, it's Boeing. That's a different Boeing. That's the Boeing for the Five Islands team, Andrew Boeing. So Andrew Boeing just clearing this ball forward, and it finds the other Boeing, Daniel Boeing for Mona. He loses out to Edward. Edward finds the impressive Brian. Brian looking to find Mead. It's a bit overhit. Mead, he's up against Morg, and Morg is waving that he's innocent. The Gans goes back to Bowen. Bowen trying to find Davis. It's been picked off, but Richardson comes and clears. Ball just goes out of play. As we see the ladies from Five Islands just passing behind us. Beautiful sights and scenes. As the ball is thrown in by Morg, he finds his skipper Cook. Back to Morg, Kareem Morg. He whips it across. Just overhit. And it goes out for a goal kick. Walking across the retrieve the ball is the giant figure of David Richardson. He's been solid at the back for his team. Has definitely provided the necessary support at the back. Spots the ball. Sends his team forward. And so he bangs this one. Flicked on. But Bowen able to head down. And it goes out of play. So it's going to be a throw-in for the Five Islands team. Of course, this team based in Antigua, the beautiful islands of Antigua. Not Five Islands, but it has 365 beaches. I was there recently. I visited every single one. Cooper finds Kareem Morg. Morg bangs this one forward. Aimed at Bowen. It was aimed at Ben, but Bowen gets there first. He takes no prisoners. Andrew Bowen just clears it out. So the two centre backs for both teams name Bowen. So you have Andrew Bowen on one end. That's for Five Islands. He's sporting number 5. And the number 6 is Daniel Boeing for Mona. So it's going to be a throw-in. And Morgan looks to get his long throw going. Taking a bit of a run up. Throws it into the area. And it's gone over the head of everyone. At the far side, arriving late was Cooper. He goes down. Just a bit of a collision. And Carlos Cooper just being helped to his feet by Natalia Williams. Williams just with the bomb ball. Frederick. And he bangs it forward. Bin. Ball played forward. Trying to head it back to his keeper. That was Edwards. It looked more a shot than a back pass. In the end, it went wide. And it's going to be a corner. It's going to be Mogg to take it. Kareem Mogg with the right boot. It's going to be curling away. The big boys from the back, they've loaded the area. Ball footed across. Just headed clear by Richardson. But it falls to Cooper. That's just charged down. And it goes out for a corner, for a throw-in, sorry. So Mona applying some pressure here now. The boys from Five Islands, they're bending, but they haven't broken. And Morgan jogs all the way across to take this. He has a long throw on him. We know what these sort of set pieces can do. Morgan throws it into the area. Murray. Ball played forward. And Brian, the impressive Brian, tries to thread the needle. But Bowen able to pick it up. Finds Morgan, who's not returned to his customary position. And he loses out to Mackenzie. Mackenzie, a heavy touch there by Davis. Loses out. Tries to win it back. Cook finds Morg. Morg trying to play down the line. Came off the foot of the defender Edwards and goes out for a throw-in. We know that Morg has a bit of a long throw. But can he throw it from this distance? He leaves it for Mackenzie. Daniela Mackenzie. So Daniela Mackenzie just going to take this throw-in. As he throws it in, throws it short. Finds his skipper Cook. Cook finds Mogg. And Cook just dragging that wide. So Matthew Cook just dragging it wide. The pace of the game considerably slower than the games last evening. It seems as if the players are just being a bit taxed by the heated conditions. And taking his time to retrieve. There is the keeper, Frederick. So it's going to be Richardson. David Richardson, a tall figure. Tries to find one of his players. Doesn't. Bin. But Bowen, Andrew that is, able to bring it up. He finds mid to Mackenzie. Bin. And the ball just coming off the hands of Coombs. Mackenzie trying to find Ferdinand. Still Mackenzie. He loses out to David Coombs. Coombs winning. Finding Coke. Coke wider to Cooper. Carlos Cooper. Carlos Cooper still going. Finds his captain, Matthew Cook, and not on the save wavelength. And that ball just going out. The keeper, Frederick, he's gonna just so that ball just going out for a goal kick. It's cleared out, and Bowen with a bit of a heavy touch, but he's able to get that ball to Mog to Maxwell. Maxwell playing it forward. Falls to Cooper. Still Cooper. Referee calling. There's calls for infringement. None given. Coombs and Mog comes out with it. He tries to thread the needle, but it's straight to Frederick. And Natalia Williams, very experienced. She is a referee at the highest level in Trinidad and Tobago. Just ensuring that all the players know who's in charge. So she's having a conversation with him, probably saying, I'm in charge here. And then she goes to do a drop ball. And keeper Frederick claims. He's looking for movement. Bangs it up into the air. Mackenzie. Mead. Can he keep it in play? Yes, he can. Mead, he's up against Mog. Brian. Still Brian. He's up again. He goes over the area. And Bowen. Daniel Bowen, when he sees the replay, he would think that it's 50-50. Look at it here again. Brian going into the space. He's just been bundled over. He went over. In hindsight, it seems a bit soft, the going over, but he definitely was pushed. And Brian selling it to referee Williams. She bought it, and he stands over the ball. Daniel Bryan, he's up against James. Last evening, the keeper for Jamaica had 2 brilliant saves. Can there be a repeat here today? It's into the back of the net. Simple like Simon. Brian puts his team up. So Daniel Bryan scores, sending the keeper the wrong way and just slotted it home. So the guys from 5 Island, they lead 1-0. So Mona, they'll have to find their way back in this one. So with the halftime whistle approaching, they'll try to get back on level terms going into the half. Coombs finding Mog trying to get Cooper going. Davis, Bowen finding Mackenzie, but he loses out. And then Andrew Bowen just with a missed pass. And out comes the Antigua flag. Ferdinand, he's been bundled over by Francis. Play on, says referee Williams. Bin, he's up against the Gans. Goes back to Francis. Francis whips this one across. He would want that back with loads of space and time. Murray. Ball banged forward and it just goes out of play. It's going to be a throw-in for the Bona boys. The boys in red, they find themselves down here. 1 goal to nil. A goal scored off the boot of Daniel Brand. Brand converting from the penalty mark. Mackenzie, Danielo that is. He finds Cooper. In fact, that's Murray who's gone wider. Bowen threads this one through. Frederick comes, claims. Rolls it out to Mead. Mead with a beautiful one-time pass. Mackenzie finding Mead. Mead. Still Mead. Loses out. Coombs. Coke. Mackenzie. The other Mackenzie, Danielo Mackenzie that is. He finds Bin. Kareem Bin. Ball whipped across. And it just goes wide. So it's going to be a goal kick for the Five Islands team. Just about 44 minutes gone in the 45th minute, so not much time. Yes, the fans are just remembering yesterday when the camera was on the ground. It's now more than 15 feet. 15 feet, my producer. About 15 feet high. Well secure with harness and all the other safety requirements. So it's going to be Dave Richardson who's going to take this one. So Five Island leading 1 goal to nil. As they look to come for more. Mackenzie turns away from Mead. Finds Digans. Digans back to Keron Mackenzie. Mackenzie bossing the midfield. Mead cutting inside. Strong tackle there by Mog. And it goes out. It's going to be throwing for the Five Islands boys. They're getting their spell of possession here. A timely tackle by Kareem Mog. Mead throws it in. Mackenzie compose. Finds the Gans. The Gans goes cross field. Ball played forward. Edwards in a foot race. He'll be taking no chances. Place is nearest touch. And that's the halftime whistle. So at the half in this one, it's Five Islands 1, Monadera. We go to the break. When we come back, we have more in the Uwi Games, Uwi Intercampus Games 2026. Welcome back. Welcome back to the St. Augustine grounds here at the Uwi campus as they're getting ready for action in the second half of this football game in the Uwi Intercampus Games 2026. We have Five Islands in a bit of aquamarine. They're up against the Mona campus. So they're just getting ready for the action to start here, and standing over the ball, we've got none other than the impressive Ferdinand. So Ferdinand stands over the ball, Joshua Ferdinand, as they're just getting ready for the restart. If you're just joining us, it's the Five Island team out of Antigua. They lead this 1-goal-0. A goal scored from the penalty mark by the impressive Bran. That's Daniel Bran. His goal separates these two teams as the Five Islands team. They'll be kicking from left to right on your screen. Referee Natalia Williams gets things going. Put it on. As there seems to be a substitution has taken place, and they've brought on Marley Johnson. So Marley Johnson, he's back on the pitch. Was quite impressive last evening. Ball played forward, but only as far as Mog. Mog finds Coombs. Coombs with the early ball aimed at Bin, but it's headed clear by Edwards. He finds Bran. Bran to Marley Johnson. Heavy touch there by Marley, and he loses out to Francis. Francis finds David Coombs, who back to Francis, and Francis drives it wide. Bin. He's up against Edwards. Good work there by Malik Edwards, but Bin is continuing. Bin tries to get it across, but in the way is Mackenzie. Mackenzie finding Brian. Brian there just not getting proper connection. Trying to play the ball down the line to Ferdinand, who was looking to go on one of those inside-out runs, but it was off of the field, and it's going to be Mackenzie. The other Mackenzie, that is. Finds his skipper, who finds Francis. Francis finds Coombs. He's been really composed in the center, and then he gets a commentator's curse with a bit of a mispass straight into the arms of Frederick. Frederick. It finds Mackenzie. That's Daniello. He was trying to get Meade going, but it was a bit overhit, and in the end it goes out for throwing on the far side. In fact, it goes out for a goal kick. So it's James who rolls it short to Maxwell. Maxwell finding Mackenzie. That's Daniello. A heavy touch by the impressive Carlos Cooper. Malik Johnson interchanging passes there with Ferdinand. And then he comes in a bit strongly right in front of referee Natalia Williams. And she points to the spot. So it's going to be a free kick for the boys in red, the boys from Jamlan. It's Maxwell looking for movement. Goes back to the impressive Daniel Bowen. Bowen gives the ball to Francis. Francis turning away from the pressure. Finds Bin. The impressive Bin. Trying to play a 1-2 with Cooper. Loses out. Mackenzie finds Johnson. Johnson, Ferdinand. Beautiful turn there by Ferdinand. He tries to shred the needle. Unable to get the ball through the Eagles' eye. And falls to Mog. He goes back to Bowen. Bowen across to Mackenzie. Daniello Mackenzie. Daniello Mackenzie asking for motion. Decides to go back. And it's Bowen who finds Coombs. Coombs just opening his face and finding Mog. Mog trying to thread the ball through, but it comes off for Aquamarine jersey and it goes out. It's going to be a corner. So it's going to be a corner here for the boys from Five Islands. Beautiful Antigua. Of course, made famous by Marley. How does it go? Could I sing, producer? Antigua, Antigua. All right, so that's just a little clip there. But it's the boys from Mona who's going to take this corner. It's going to be taken with the left boot. It's going to be curling in. The big guys from the back, they've loaded the area. Whipped in, not the best corner, but getting his head to it was Morg. But it's headed over, and it goes out for a goal kick. Richardson plays it across to Boeing, Andrew Boeing this time, and he plays it forward to no one in particular. It goes out, and it's going to be a throw-in, quickly taken by Morg. Morg finds Boeing. This time, it's Daniel Boeing. He's trying to find Cooper. Cooper, good defensive header there by Edwards. Bit of a collision, no call by the referee. And they're only calling the referees, calling for the referee. I think they should just play football. Referee Natalia Williams, doing an excellent job thus far. Just Coombs, he's scoring possession here. And he's just committed the infringement. Caught in possession, Coombs, and then just biting at the heels of Johnson, who takes this one quickly. Ferdinand, strong tackle there by Maxwell. Cooper plays this one over. It's aimed at Murray. Murray with the early ball. Cooper with space and time. Cooper! And it's into the back of the net. Carlos Cooper! He brings his team level. It was a beautiful floated ball by Murray. And Carlos Cooper, he gives them the jig. It's all song and dance here at Uwi St. Augustine as Mona, they draws level. Look at the delivery again. Cross the course. Room and time. Not the best of connection, but it was good enough. And the fans, they erupted here as Mona draws level. 1-1, game on. So, all to do here for the boys from Five Islands. Marley Johnson finding me. He's not been as involved as he was in the first half. Good defensive header there from Bowen. Headed forward by the Gans. Morg wins out, and he brings it across to Bowen. The keeper playing it to Maxwell. Maxwell across to Mackenzie. You're not going to win the ball off of this Mackenzie. Both of them silky smooth. And the ball just barged over. So the game getting a bit heated. The ball goes out of play. Referee Natalia Williams just coming across, making sure that all is in order. As they say in the army, all correct. And it's going to be a free kick here. To take it is the impressive Daniel Bryan. He's got a very intelligent right boot. He's got a very intelligent left boot, sorry. He's going to try to put it into the area. The big guys from the back, they've loaded forward. Let's look at the delivery. Bran, punch clear. Ball banged out. And it goes out of play. So it's going to be a throw in here. The Gans throws it in, finds Joseph, Wendell Joseph, winning that ball there, but it goes out of play. It's Morg. And the other Mackenzie, Karen Mackenzie, just being a bit cheeky there, giving the old sombrero. That's when you just drag it over the head of the player. Ball thrown in. Carlos Cooper scored last evening a winner. He's already equalized for his team. They are winning a corner. Of course, height advantage to the boys from Mona. Most of them 6 foot. Most so just over 190, 200 pounds. Most of them stacked with muscle. So advantage to them in the air. It's going to be the skipper, Matthew Coke, who's going to take this one with the left boot. It's going to be curling in. Let's look at the delivery. Whips it in. Ball across. Oh! A bit of a miss kick by Bin. But then Brian able to win it. And he walks out, trying to be too cheeky. And Edwards clears it. Strong challenge. Coombs and Morgan just getting in each other's way. Maxwell, is he onside? Yes, he is. Good turn by Bin. Bin! Roll across. Not sure if it was a pass or a shot. Either way, both results were poor. As it was a very good turn, though, by Bin. Kareem Bin, the number 18 for Mona. Mackenzie, silky smooth, finds Bran. He's already found the back of the net this afternoon. Edwards. Bit of a dummy. Maxwell, he's been solid. Mackenzie. Maxwell, he takes no prisoners, Ralph Maxwell. Ball on the foot on the ball. And this time, the infringement. And he gets a yellow card. If you look at it again, 50-50. There was no malice intended, but he plays with his, as you see there, yeah, the ball is up. That's not the foul. She's calling for this, the clip, after the infringement. So that's what is what sold him the card. Of course, he's a heart and soul man. He'll have to watch himself the rest of the way. A bit of a miss kick. Coombs trying to find the skipper. And here's Brian. He's got Bin for company. Brian, he's been dragged to the ground. Bin using his hand. The Jamaican referee is up. The fans are very involved. This is what sport is about. The emotion, the passion. As we just see some of the girls in the Caville contingent, they're just heading down to Uwi Spec. Probably looking a bit like net bowlers, if they look for that. But back on the pitch, another penalty call. And it's Bin. Bin. A good touch here. Bin is in the area. Beautiful ball across. Just not able to get at the end of it was Cooper. But Murray has it. Morgan finds his skipper Coke. Coke with a shot. Just pushed wide. So end-to-end action in this one. As it was the boys from Antigua attacking. And in a flash, Jamlan boys were in there. Half a shot there by the captain. A shot there by the captain, Coke. Just pushed wide by keeper Frederick. So the scores remain at 1 apiece. And it's going to be Morg who's going to take this one. He's come across from the wing back position, the right wing back. Of course, he can curl it with that right boot. He's saying the ball is on the line. Morg with a cross. It's a bit overhit. Can it be kept in play by Cooper? He keeps it in play. And he whips it back across. In the way is Bran. He finds Ferdinand. Ferdinand looking to go for a bit of a run here. He's up against the impressive Bowen. Still Bran. Still Ferdinand, sorry. He's come all the way across. Ferdinand. He's giving out Lasco fans. All the good fans. But then he loses out. And it falls to Cooper. Calling for the referee. No call. Coombs trying to thread the needle. Doesn't get it. And Coombs now finds that's Murray. He bangs it against the defender and it goes out of play. So the action is fever pitch here as Mona, they come up against the Five Island boys. Remember, you're watching the Uwi Intercampus Games 2026. It's going to be Mog who's going to take this one. He throws it in. That's a good turn by Murray, but it's well handled by the Gans. He exchanged passes with Bowen, and the ball just going out of play. So it's going to be a throwing. And this can be dangerous because Mog has a long throw on him. The fans are up, and they really have things on their toes. So Mog with the long throw, throws it into the area. Cook with a heavy touch. Mead decides to beat out. Strong challenge there by Francis. He's been the enforcer in the midfield. Normally the unsung hero does. They break things up. They keep the shape and pin the attack. But very few times their name are crowned in glory or lights. Johnson though, finding Bran. Very skillful, this young man. He has Mackenzie for company. Pinpoint pass to Johnson. Johnson tries to get a shot off. Gets it off, but no real power. Keeper James has no difficulties corralling, and then he just bangs it forward. Heavy touch. Oh, he's through. Murray! And the keeper, Frederick, comes up big for his team. Delron Fredericks with the stop. If you look at the replay, he didn't know much about it, but he did enough. It was a beautiful one pass by Carlos Cooper. The keeper came, did enough, and was able to keep things level. So Mona beginning to tighten the screws. Strong shackles by Bowen. No call by the referee. She waves play on. Another strong challenge. And Maxwell, he's walking a very thin line. At this point, she's called him across. Natalia Williams, very experienced referee on the FIFA panel. So she knows what she's doing. At least we would hope so. So Maxwell, he has to be careful. That's Ralph Maxwell. He plays with his emotions on his sleeve. Not bad. It's what you expect from a centre back. But he has to control it, control aggression. In the meantime, the boys from Five Islands, they've made 2 substitutions, and coming on is Tariq Taita, the number 14 jogs on, as well as the number 16 Tariq Davis. So Davis is on, as well as Taita. So Tariq Davis jogs on, and Tariq Taita jogs on as they go for the winning combination. And it's Taita skips past a challenge. He has maintained control. Oh, into the side netting. Referee Natalia Williams right on spot, and she just points for the goal kick. Looked across to see what her fellow referee assistant was saying, but Miss Mitchell on the far side was concurring with her, agreeing. My producer is being very disrespectful. He's saying that these 2 teams could beat Caledonia. Of course, Caledonia, the team I manage in the TTPFL. What I want to tell him, I can't tell him on air. The safety officers, safeguarding officers just passing. I'm sure I would have gotten a clipping. But back to the action on the pitch. It's Bran. Very silky smooth Bran. That's ball too easy onside. The flag is stayed down, and it's into the back of the net. Malik Johnson with the finish. It was Brian Provider. Johnson, look at the celebration. This is what it means to the boys from Five Islands. They celebrate in front of the Jamaican bench. They take the lead. It was a beautiful build-up play. Look at it here again. It was Brian putting the defender to rest, and he just played it into the space. Malik Johnson had the easy task of just tapping it past goalkeeper James, and with that, Five Islands, they take the lead 2-1. So now it's a chant out of the side as the fans, you can see it there, they're really enjoying themselves. They're having a time. This is what it's all about. The Antiguan flag in amidst as we get ready for the restart. So all to do for Mona here. Combs, he's just been taken down there by, that's Joseph. More substitutions as we see. Oh yeah, just Titus returning to the playing pitch. Ball played forward. Murray tries to get it across. It goes out. It's going to be a corner. So end-to-end action as the wind is blowing. They will say, hold on to your hats. Well, hold on to your seats here at the Uwi St. Augustine campus, top field. This is where the action is. May 24th, Sunday, May 24th. What better place to spend your evening than here at the top field? And it's going to be Mog who's going to take this with the right boot. He whips it across. Just headed clear. Falls to Bin. Bin trying to settle it. Coke! Just over the top of the bar. Always leaning back there. So, as they spotted, there it was the corner. Came across. Bin trying to settle it for himself. Then he put it for Coke. Coke always leaning back. And it just flew over. So, the Mona team, although they're down, they're not out of it. Still showing signs of life. Ball played forward. And across comes Maxwell. But Malik Johnson is just pulling up. As they bring it across. And Mackenzie finding Francis. Ball picked off here by Edwards. Carlos Cooper. And there's no... And going down and staying down is Francis. So staying down is none other than Francis for the Mona team. So Francis has gone down and stayed down. That's Deshaun Francis. So Deshaun Francis is back to his feet though, as some of the players are remonstrating with the referee Natalia Williams. Some substitutions about to be made, as coming off there is Francis, and coming on is Andrew Green. So Andrew Green comes off, Francis goes off, and number 15 comes on. That's Rolls Archie. So Rolls Archie, or Archie Rolls. Archie Rolls. Maxwell looking for movement, throws it forward. Good defensive header there by Richardson, David Richardson. So it's going to be Maxwell here. Thrown forward. Archie are just dragging it wide there. Was Coombs going for the one-time shot there. Just dragging it wide. And the Five Island boys, they're going to have a restart. They go short to Boeing, Andrew Boeing. He goes wider to the substitute who's just come on. He's just signaling that that's Tariq Davis. Ferdinand. Bin wins out, but then Brian is able to win it back, and then it's just screened out, so it goes out of play. As taking his time is Edwards. He knows that his team is up. No great hurry. Just about 70 minutes gone. And with that, we have the hydration break. So while we take the Blue Waters and Gatorade hydration break, while they take the hydration break, we'll have one as well. Going to the break. When we come back, more action live from St. Augustine. Welcome back as we're just getting ready for what is going to be the final 20 minutes of this an intriguing contest here between Mona, the in red, and the Five Islands campus. Of course, Five Islands, they lead 2-1. Five Islands getting their goal from the substitute, in fact from the impressive Malik Johnson, and from the penalties mark, their marquee player, that's Bryant, who got the opening goal for them. Daniel Bryant from the penalty mark. For the boys from Jamland, Mona, they had their goal from Carlos Cooper. So they're waiting for a restart here. So Edwards going to take it. Malik Edwards, he's going to take a throwing for the Five Islands team. Throws it in, aimed at Ferdinand. Ferdinand finds Mackenzie, and it's just cleared away. But it goes all the way across to Archie. Archie has come on as a substitute, full of running. Trying to thread the needle to Morg, but Bowen clears it forward. Comes off of one of the Mona players as the goal scorer Malik Johnson has gone down, and the physios and emergency medical, they're going across to see about him. Remember yesterday, Sadiki Sansalvi, he went down with a broken collar, a shoulder injury for those who may not know exactly what I'm speaking about. But it's going to be Mackenzie. He decides to go back to the substitute. Davis. Borger, as the referee just signaling for an infringement. As they're going to get a restart. Referee Natalia Williams having a discussion again. And that's Francis. In fact, it's not Francis. It is Morg who's the culprit. As this one is banged forward here. And it goes out of play. All the way across. Out of play. And it's going to be a throw in here. So it's going to be a throw in to the Mona team. It's thrown in, and Bowen, Daniel Bowen, this is, he's walking the ball forward, waving his hands like a police officer in town. Ball coming across here, finds Bin to Carlos Cooper. Carlos Cooper shakes off the challenge of Richardson. Carlos Cooper puts it on top. Oh, and Coke with a goal at his mercy. My goodness me, he'll be wanting that one back. The skipper with the goal at his mercy. Carlos Cooper did all the hard work. He shook off the challenge of Richardson, got to the byline and laid it on a platter for Coke. And Coke was unable to direct his shot on target. So they're looking to make a substitute, Sean, and they're asking Damali. Delisha is the man who's going to enter the battle. He comes on for Coombs. David Coombs is out. Strong header there by Bowen. Ball cleared out, but he's going to go out for a throw. Bin. Still Bin. Ball floated in. Cooper. What more can you say about him? He's the total package. But Tariq. Two Tariqs has come on, and that Tariq is Tariq Tosta. So Tariq Tosta just going to work. And another one of the Mona players has gone down. Judging from the stretch being applied, it's a cramp. And it's really the man who's been silky smooth for them. That's Mackenzie. Not Kieran Mackenzie, who plays for the Five Island team, but that Mackenzie who plays for the Mona team is Danielo Mackenzie. The ball cleared out. So Five Islands, they're on the ascendancy. Bran. Bowen. Plays his ball through to Cooper. Cooper is being bundled over by Edwards. And she goes into her pocket. Natalia Williams, she's calling Malik Edwards across. And she just gives him the card. So Morgan, Natalia Williams, very experienced. So she's going to control things here. Now, she's going to tell him that, hear what, young guy? Don't take my kindness for weakness. You all control yourselves. And you see she's pointing to, she's saying, I'm in charge. I saw the foul, I called it. I also issued a card. What other reprimand do you expect from the referee? A slight drizzle just coming down here. Seems to be a passing cloud. But the weather these days very unpredictable. For those who have gone on the news recently, the El Nino effect. We're supposed to be in a full wet season. Already a month gone since the official wet season has been issued. But you can see from the ground that there hasn't been a lot of rain around. Shot been floated forward. Is Mog onside? He's stayed onside. Mog whips it back across. A bit overhit. And trying to keep it in play was the substitute. That's the Mali. As the rain has just displaced some of the fans. Everyone looking for somewhere to be safe. Yeah. Ball just going into the hands of goalkeeper Frederick. So the call is as the weather just displacing some of the fans. May just displace the production as well, as our cameraman is about 15 feet up in the air. Young Sachin Mohammed. If you look to the east where the rain comes from, it seems to be 50-50. But back to the action on the pitch. It's the boys from Antigua, as the song goes, Antigua, Antigua. Well, they lead 2-1 here versus the team from Jamland. Remember, you're watching the Uwi Intercampus Games 2026. Team Five Islands lead 2-1. Ball just going on the play. It's going to be Mona's ball. And we're just about 9 minutes left, plus whatever time would be added on. Mona will be looking to get a equalizer at least. Ball played forward at Archie. Hooks it back. It falls to Carlos Edward. Carlos Cooper, sorry. Still Cooper. And finally, it's cleared upfield. Carlos Cooper almost getting a double. But here comes Brian. Brian skips past the challenge. Brian just running out of space. So the impressive Brian had the fans on their feet. But he just ran out of real estate. End-to-end action here, really. So it's Bowen who's gotten things restarted. He goes short to the substitute green. And the ball just played out. So Five Islands are finishing the stronger as they look to get a victory. It will be the first of the tournament for them. They came back from 2 goals down last evening versus St. Augustine to eke out a 2-all victory. Today they lead 2-1. It's going to be a throw-in. Thrown in by played forward, goes to Bowen. Coke. Carlos Cooper. Just unable to keep it in play. It goes out. Is the wheels falling off for this Mona team? And taking his time here is Edwards, Malik Edwards. He throws it forward to Brad. And he's going to find himself in the referee's card. Let's look at the color. That's Mog. As they're squaring up there. So Mog finds himself in the referee's book. Now, when you're playing tournament football and you pick up a yellow card today, you may think it's just taunting the opponent, but it adds up. It'll be very heartbreaking if after all this hard work and your team gets to the final, you have to watch the final from the sideline because of accumulated cards. Oh, that's an awful pass there by Tariq Tuster. Tuster finding Mackenzie. It's up in the air. Good defensive header there by Richardson. David Richardson. Good defensive header again. Richardson has been a tower strength at the back for the Five Islands team. Quickly taken through in. It falls to Coke. Matthew Coke trying to get to Carlos Cooper. And Bryant. He's up against Morgan. He's taking him to school. Brian goes past Maxwell. Still Brian. The fans are on the pitch. Miss kick there, out wider. But they're still in possession. And the ball will just have gone out of play. And it's going to be a goal kick for Mona. So just about 4 minutes left. So pick it up the So as the action continues here, referee Natalia Williams, she's calling across Mackenzie. Danielo Mackenzie. And both players getting a card there. That would be Wendell Joseph from Five Islands, the number 15. He's gotten a card, as well as Danielo Mackenzie. And the keeper has gone down for the Mona team. That's James. So it's action all around. The fans at the sideline, they're up in arms. The keeper has gone down. The players are incensed. Now it's always a difficult game to referee when Mona is playing. Now if they're up, they're happily up, but when they go down, Mona does not take lightly. So they're just incensed. The referee has gone across. As you see, James just being stretched out. You would think that is a bit of a cramp stepping in. And of course you know that you cannot. You know that you cannot at any time restart without the keepers. So time winding down in this one. Standing over the ball is none other than the number 14 for Five Islands. That is Tariq Tuster. Now there's only so long the referee can allow treatment to take place on the field. It's not indefinite. Keeper James is stretching and stretching and stretching. I think after a period they'll just have to call on so they're gonna get the restart going. Referee Natalia Williams just running to get the ball. She gets it restarted. Banged forward. And immediately, goalkeeper James is going to be back involved. Can he kick? The answer is yes. As it's up in the air. Joseph comes and misses. Ball just going out of play. So it's Mona. Well, according to the watch, time is up. We'll see how much how much additional time would be played. Remember, there were a number of stoppages. Ferdinand. Still Ferdinand. He loses. Mackenzie. Archie. Mackenzie. Cook. Finding Cooper. Cooper. So dear Morg. Morg is walking the thin line between a red card and a suspension. He's already been booked. And it thinks like he's losing his head really. Because there's no need for him to put his foot there. To be fair to him, he got connection with the ball. I think if this had happened 5 minutes earlier, he would be getting a shower because he would have been sent off. The keeper had control of the ball and he kicked into the ball. To be fair to him, he got all ball. So more time would be added on. We already into added on time. The boys in Aquamarina, they lead 2-1. They opened the scoring first from the penalty mark. The impressive Daniel Brand, number 17 for the Five Islands team, put them up. And then it was the equally impressive Carlos Cooper who got the equalizer for Mona. It was all game on then. Then the substitute came on and provided a pinpoint course pass to the impressive Malik Johnson, who rolled it past goalkeeper James and put the Five Islands team up. Since then, it's been Five Islands all the way. The boys from Antigua looking to get their first 3 points of the tournament. Last evening, they clawed their way back from 2-0 down against St. Augustine. Today, they lead 2-1. We'll be hearing shortly just how much added on time will be played. I'm sure it's going to be a lot. Probably about 8 minutes. Interesting to hear what the referee says. Still looking to hear what she will say. In the meantime, the action continues. It's Tariq Tuster who's going to kick this one out. He bangs it forward. Bowen heads down. Dosia tries to thread the needle. Archie running hard. He's come on and run hard. Hard running forward. Goalkeeper Dilroy Fredericks, he's done his job competently. His team leads 1-0. Ball banged upfield. Heavy touch. Goes out of play. So it's going to be a throw-in to Mona. Chooses into his captain, Cook. Matthew Cook trying to find McKenzie. Instead is intercepted. Daniel Brand finds McKenzie. This is Kieran McKenzie. Kieran McKenzie finding Ferdinand. Back to Brand. And it's showtime, as they say. Showtime. Just getting sticked on the ball. And the referee calls for an infringement. Of course, when you're playing against Jamaica, Mona, and the referee has blown it off, and with that she gives the coach a card. So the Five Islands team, they've won this one. They win 2-1. Of course, emotions overflowing here. Both the joy of victory and the agony of defeat. So, a sea of blue with the Antigua flag waving. Red, not as happy as the sea of blue. Well, that's the end of this one, the first game in today's doubleheader. Five Islands, they win 2-1 versus Uwi Mona. We're going to the break. When we come back, we have action as Keville takes on the home team, St. Augustine, Uwi St. Augustine.
win the game, represent and call your team name. Bring me united, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean farmers, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside, since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name, represent. All your team name, represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Bring me united, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean farmers, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name, represent. All your team name, represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Bring me united, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean farmers, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name, represent. All your team name, represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, reunited, reignited, Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Bring me united, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside, since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name, represent. All your team name, represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Bring me united, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean farmers, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing. Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines. Uwi Games again. We outside. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside. title trophy off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside, since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside, since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. Man. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. Man. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. Man. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. Man. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family, reunited, reignited, we ready. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside, since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside, since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we're ready. farm is Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside, since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. We outside, since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the Uwi Games. We reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean family Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited, we ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent.
Welcome back here as we get ready for the second game. Today it's Keville up against Global Campuses in the 2026 Uwi Intercampus Games, the crown jewel of Uwi Sports in calendar for the year. Of course, the Keville team, they are in black. Last evening they went down to a hard-fought 1-0 defeat to the Mona boys. They would have think that they could have come out with something in that game. For the global team, it's their first trek on the pitch. They're starting a bit short. Of course, the global campus, we must explain that first more. The online campus, it's made up of multiple countries. So there are a lot of Jamaicans, some Vincentians. So it's those who would have done the online courses, and they form the global team. And this is their first time on the pitch, and they're starting a bit short. But I'll start firstly with the starting lineups for the Keville team. And we've got in goal a change of man in goal. And Husband Fort starts in goal. He'll be sporting number 23 jersey. Ryan Preston, number 6. Aidan Phillip on number 5. Jaden Goodrich, number 11, the impressive skipper. Tevin Cadogan, number 20. Jalen Jilts, number 8. Shakwana Waldron, number 14. Jamari Trotman, number 3, as the global team. They start things off. Ball just cleared upfield. Goodrich getting to it first. And it's Taj there. Ball played downfield. Pierre. Kadim Pierre, he loses out. Darren Sammy. Sammy is the man offside. The flag has stayed down. And the ball just going out of play. In fact, the flag has come up. The referee assistant on the far side putting up his flag. Keston Trinidad is his name. Yes, you heard correct. Referee assistant number 1, Chamaiki Williams. He's on the near side. And the man in the center, none other than Keston Igard. Well, the global team, they have a kickoff here. And it's going to be Andrew Smith. He's sporting number 10 jersey. So you expect him to be classy as they play the ball wide at Preston. Preston finding Trotman. Ball played through. The flag has stayed on. And it goes out for a goal kick. So the global team just trying to get all their players on the pitch. The man on in goal for them is Leroy Walker. Andrew Smith, who's going to take this one. Pedro out of Mexico. Ball banged upfield. Taj just not getting a good header to it, so it goes out. It's going to be a throw-in for the global team. Some of their players just getting their act together. The manager will come and give us their number. As the global team still playing up a good showing, although they're playing with 7 men and a keeper, 8 men in total. The ball played, is he onside? The flag has stayed down. The dangerous Christopher Jacob with the ball across, hit to the back of the net. So Christopher Jacob, he breaks the deadlock. The number 7, he was the man of the moment here. The ball played wider. The flag stayed down. It looked a half pass, half shot. In the end, it got the result into the back of the net. And Keville, they lead 1-0. Christopher Jacobs, the man who gets the go-ahead goal. So it's going to be the kickoff here for the global team. exchanging some passes, but they lose out. And here comes Jacob again. He's interchanging passes. Ball with the outside of the boot. Headed clear. Smith. The infringement called there by referee Gar. He's right on spot. The manager very enthralled with the game here. And it's going to be Smith. Andrew Smith. As the rest of the global contingent, they are coming from the volleyball to support their teammates. They find themselves down 1-0 already. They have started short. Some of the players multiple sport players. And referee Egar and Smith finds himself in the referee's car. So referee Egar using his book early here. He's issued a card as the global team find themselves not only down 2 men, but also down a goal. Ball cleared upfield. Jacob winning it out for his teammate. And Taj Pedro up against Taj. Smith trying to win things out. One of the players who've just come on. Ball cleared forward. It's going to be a foot race, but no one is going to win this. But the keeper, husband fought. And 2 players looking to make the entrance. Vidal Figaro. Smith winning things out at the back. Plays it. They just lose out. And it's Jills. Just looking at the needle. The man is outside. Just straying into an offside position there. It was a very, very close. Doyle gesturing into an offside position. Stefan Doyle. And Smith, who's going to leave it for the reinforcement. As Vidal Figaro. Goes to Pedro. Pedro up the line. They go back to Figaro. Ball played forward. And Marshall, he's lightning fast. But it's a high boot. So it's going to be a free kick here. And standing over this one is Smith. Andre Smith. So Andre Smith is going to take this one. Ball played across, it goes out. It's going to be a train. It's going to be a throw in. And looking at throw it in. A long throw into the area. Headed a confusion between the 2 defenders. At the end, Franklin Husband able to claim the ball. He finds Preston. Preston looking to bring the ball. The ball just goes out, and it's going to be a throwing for the Cave Hill team. If you're just joining us, you're watching the Uwi Intercampus Games here at St. Augustine. It's the global team. They are in orange up against Cave Hill. Cave Hill leads 1-0. Shot charged down. Pedro clears, but only as far as Jills. Jills find Taj. Taj looking for the 1-2. He gets it. Early ball there. And it just floats over. So it goes at the the back, and it's going to be a goal kick. So it was Walker. So Vidal Figueroa, who's gonna kick this one. Ball banged upfield, headed back into the danger area, but it's cleared up. Vidal Smith, nice turn there by Hyde. And he plays it forward to Marshall. He's lightning fast. Marshall. He's up against Tao. Tad, sorry. Ball across. Headed. Smith with the opportunity. Early opportunity there for the global team. It was some good work by Marshall. So the global team showing signs of life here as Goodrich finds Preston. Preston walks the ball forward. Comes in field. Back to Goodrich. He's going to get a lot of touches on this ball. Finds Taj. Taj looks up. Sees he has a man just living on the edge of the goal line. That's Doyle. Can he keep it in play? No, he can't. And it'll run out of play. And it's going to be goal kick. Ball is played. Figueroa. Pedro with a nice turn. Strong tackle. Gilles. Ball played forward. He's offside. He's definitely offside. He would have straight into an offside position there. That's the goal scorer, Christopher Jacob. And it's going to be Walker. So the keeper has finally arrived. That's Ronaldo Franklin, the number 1. So a great fanfare as the global fans just cheering for the arrival of their keeper. They find themselves down 1-0. A goal scored in just about the 3rd minute by Christopher Jacob. And Ronaldo Franklin. So they're up to full strength, at least in numbers. The global team. Smith heads on. Hyde. Badge in the back by Phillip. Eden Phillip. Very robust defender he is. Van der Poel. Mario Van der Poel stands on the ball. Finds Smith. Smith with a heavy touch. And he loses out to Trotman. Trotman, it's going to be the dangerous Christopher Jacob. To nullify this team, you've got to get someone on Jacob, as well as the number 8, Gilles. And add to that, of course, Goodrich. But Global Campus, they find themselves down 1-0. Ball thrown in. And Goodrich, he finds Gilles. Gilles out to Preston. Preston blows past his man. Squares it back. Finds Jacob. Jacob looking to tee up. That was Trotman. Still Trotman. Trotman finding Preston. And now they find Smith. Smith finding Hyde. Hyde holding up the ball. A return pass to Smith. Andrew Smith trying to be cheeky, and Philip just comes and clears the ball out. Anywhere will do. So Global Campus showing signs of life. They may be down, but they're not out of it just yet. They started short, had a couple difficulties, but you don't want to give this man the ball. Is he outside? Yes, he is. So Christopher Jacob bursting into the area. Jacob, off the upright. Christopher Jacob, lightning fast. Trotman with a shot. Come off the back of the defender, and it goes out. So it's going to be a corner. So Christopher Jacob, lightning fast. There with the shot, it cannoned off the upright, but it stayed out. Luckily for the Global team. So it's going to be a corner here, and Taj is going to take this with the left boot. Not the best of corners. He'd want to get to do that over. Ronaldo Franklin. So it's Franklin. Clears it forward. Not the best of goal kicks that he would take. And they're called for a handle. In fact, a foul. The referee got disallowing the play to continue and then calling it back. Goodridge stands over this one. He leaves it for Trotman. Jamari Trotman stands over this one. Trotman with a shot. In fact, he just floats it over. Goodridge is here onside. The flag has gone up. The flag has gone up. So it was a well-worked free kick, but Goodridge just going a bit too early. Of course, when you look at this Kville team, I saw them yesterday for the first time. Goodridge at the back is key to the happenings of this team. Mark as well, the number 8, that's Gilles. He's going to be popping up in and out of the pocket. Of course, the speedy Christopher Jacobs is key in the attacking third. Ball cleared upfield. Pedro, Hyde, not Dr. Hyde. He plays, finds Van der Poel. So they're getting into their passing sequence, and Pedro does well. And then it's settled down, and Gilles just bringing the ball forward. They're all offside. The flag has stayed down. And Darren Sammy, not the West Indies captain, he's scored. He doubles his team advantage. So Kville, they go up 2-0. It's Darren Sammy the man, as Kville leads 2-0. So there we have it. A beautiful ball. He was just onside. Beautiful ball by Gilles. Sammy bursting into space using the outside of the boot. Keeper Franklin with no chance as the Kville team doubled their advantage. Smith goes back to Figaro. He loses out to Sammy. Doyle finding Gilles. Gilles finding the overlapping Taj. Doyle. He's up against Pedro. Tries to blow past Pedro. He does. He goes down. And the referee points to a free kick. Yeah, Jay, you see it. He went past Pedro. Yeah, he's losing his footing. Oh, yeah. You see, like if he's seeing water, maracas, probably. But he sold it, and guess who bought it? The referee guard bought it. So, they score 2-0, and it's going to be Trotman. Trotman floats it across, headed. The referee just calling Goodrich for climbing over the defender. Vidal Figaro. Figaro finds Pedro. Pedro loses out to Doyle. Doyle is kept onside. Jacob. Good defensive work there. Recovering well was Pierre. Jason Pierre. So the combination of your producer and your commentator today. Jason Posad on controls. Under Mike Gordon Pierre. We have a Jason Pierre on the field. Well, it's Jacob. Christopher Jacob. And again, Jason Pierre does well. Puts it out this time for a corner. As running across to take it is Taj. He's going to take it with the left boot. It's going to be curling in. The big guys from the back, they loaded the area. Of course, you got to keep your eyes on the number 11, the impressive Jalon Goodrich. Always likely to get his head to it. Taj floats this one in. And jumping highest there was Trotman. I think he didn't realize how free he was. Ball banged upfield. Doyle takes it on the chest, trying to get to Darren Sammy. But he finds Christopher here. Christopher Jacob. Just flashing wide. He's already scored once. Trying to score another there. Threaded through. One to control, the other to go past his man. And then just dragging wide there was Christopher Jacob. Ronaldo Franklin, not the best of kicks, and it's cleaned up there by Waldron. He finds Jacob again. Jacob in the area. Jacob! And Francis able to come and claim. Bangs this one upfield. It's aimed at the very speedy Marshall. But he's up against Preston. Preston doing the necessary, just making his body big, screening it out. Ball goes out of play. Van der Poel is going to take this one. He's going to throw it in. Just about 22 minutes gone in this one. A bit of a late start because of some logistical issues. Goodrich just having a bit of a logistical issue himself there as he tried to get the ball to Preston. It went out of play. And it's going to be a throw-in here for the global campuses. Thrown in by another pair. That's Kadeem Pierre. No relations. The two pairs. Ball thrown forward. Headed on. And it goes out of play. It's going to be a corner. They have some tall guys, this global team, but they'll have to be careful and make sure that they're well organized from the corner, because the KVL team is lightning fast. But Jason Pierre, as well as Figueroa. So it's Smith. Floats this one in. The two KVL defenders getting in each other's way. That's Philip and Goodrich. In the end, they took the method of safety first. So it's going to be Smith. Andre Smith whips one across. Just goes all the way out. Too much of whipping it. And looking to play here is Husband Fort. He finds Goodrich. Goodrich to Chills. You'll hear that combination a lot during the game. They play this one over the top. Taj. He gets it. He has room on time. The early ball. And it just cleared up in the air. Taken down nicely by Trotman. Trotman finding Preston on the overlap. Preston floated in. The two. A handle ball there by Smith. And it's going to be a penalty. So adding insult to injury there. Referee Keston Hagar right on spot. Points to the spot. And Strotman, who's gonna be tasked with the job to get this ball past goalkeeper Franklin. Franklin, a large goalkeeper, 6'4", great arm reach, also a cross sport athlete, does volleyball as well, so he should be able to provide a good barrier. But it's Jamari Trotman. He's waiting on the referee's whistle. Referee got to position himself, and it's going to be Trotman versus Franklin. And he's driven low and hard. And he celebrates KVL on the march as they go up 3-0. He froze the keeper and drilled it into the corner. Beautiful finish. And large and in charge. KVL. They're marching on. So, looking to get a restart going here. So, Andre Smith on the restart. He finds Hyde. Hyde, very skillful, sneaky here. As they're just controlling the pace now. Finds Pierre, Kadim Pierre, and he tries to get it forward to Smith. But just coming and screening things off is Goodrich. Cool, calm, and collected. All the C's there from Jaden Goodrich. And then he just jogs back with ball in hand. The keeper, Husband's Fort, finds Goodrich. Goodrich just walking the ball forward. He's got a very intelligent right boot. And he looks to pick out Christopher Jacob. Good defensive duties there by Pierre. Kareem Pierre, that is. Thrown in. Ball played up into the air. Good work there. Pedro. But there we see Walker doing well. Taj plays it into the space. Figaro, strong tackle. Ball goes out. Taj. Into Doyle. Doyle up against Pedro. Good fight by Pedro. They win a throw in here. And it's going to be thrown in here by Figaro. So he's just Vidal Figaro finds Hyde. It falls to Goodridge. Hyde finding the speedy Marshall. Marshall looking to go for a bit of a run. Hyde trying to be too cheeky, and he just loses out. Ball played up. Figaro just banging that one up. It's high. I think it's going to go to play. And Preston is going to take this one around. Preston goes back to Goodridge. Goodridge finding Gilles. Gilles to Darren Sammy, but he loses out. Hyde trying to find his mind. Doyle, he's up against Pedro. Pedro has done well against him. Taj. And they find Trotman. Trotman back to his skipper Goodridge. Goodridge silky smooth. Finds Gilles. Gilles turning, looking for movement. Finding that was Waldron. Trotman going back to Goodridge. Trotman. So they decided to play behind the ball, the global team. Of course, they're coached by Gibson. Doyle. Phillip. Eden Phillip finds Trotman. Trotman turns nicely. He's bundled over illegally, says the referee. Gilles out wider to the overlapping Preston. Preston with the early ball. Darren Sammy with the header. He jumped highest. The keeper came. He was in no man's land. And the ball came off of Darren Sammy and into the back of the net. And that's 4-0 as Global goes down 4-0. Keville leads this one. Darren Sammy with the double. So there it was. The ball wider to Christopher. Darren Sammy. Keeper Franklin in no man's land. And Cahill large and in charge. Handle ball by Doyle. Pedro, the man from Mexico. Of course, Mexico, where the World Cup is going to be hosted this year. It's going to be a free kick. It's a free kick for a handle ball of Doyle. Figueroa stands over this one. He bangs it forward. It's gone through. Taj. Smith. Pedro. Finding Smith. Oh, beautiful by Smith. Hyde. Unable to maintain control. Doyle takes it down. And Pedro showing a good composure here. The man from Mexico. Is he from Mexico? They now telling me he's from Belize. but earlier he told me he was from Mexico. Misinformation being spread. Well, it's Christopher Jacob into Preston. Preston still going. And it's Marshall. Marshall. Just controlling the ball there. It's Hyde. But he's bundled over. So Richard Hyde showing good control and composure. You can see that in his younger days, he would have been a thorn in the side of many defenses. So it's Ricardo Whiteley who's going to stand over this one. But he gives it up for Smith. But in the meantime, a player has gone down on the far side. It's none other than the opening goal scorer, Christopher Jacob. Ball floated across. Marshall just unable to direct it on target. But the referee, they'll have to do it all over again. Because the referee is at the southern side of the field. A man is down. That's Christopher Jacob. And the players restarted on their own. So a bit of a, should we say, false alarm. As we see Christopher Jacob just ushered off. So it's going to be Smith who's going to take this one. With the right boot. Whips it in. Keeper comes and claims. To the chairs of the K-Field supporters. Let's roll it short. Dear to Philip. Philip with a good turn. He's being harried by Hyde. But he gets it forward. The ball falling nicely now to Waldron. Keeper comes and he just clears it forward. Goodrich being harried there by Marshall. Marshall is lightning fast, but Goodrich is silky smooth. Still Goodrich. If it comes off of Marshall, it goes out, and it's going to be a throwing for the KFL team. So as they approach just about 38 minutes gone in this one, it's KFL who lead by 4 goals to 0. They got their goals from a double from Darren Sammy, one from the penalty mark from Trotman, and the opening goal coming off the boot of the exciting Christopher Jacob. Ball floated across, headed clear, but it's as far as Waldron. Taj, he's up against Walker, and it's global ball. Thrown forward. Philip controls. Taj looking for movement. And then he plays it forward. Is he onside? The flag has stayed down. And he's gone down in the box. No call by the referee as it goes into the hands of goalkeeper Franklin. Franklin bangs it upfield. Marshall, he's up against Preston. Finds Smith. Smith finding Whiteley. Whiteley trying to reverse the pass. Instead he goes to Pierre. Kareem Pierre, that is. Pierre puts a man on the skates. And then that's Philip who just heads it out. It goes out. It's going to be a corner. And running across to take it is Hyde. Richard Hyde. Showing that he has a good touch on him. So let's see what he's going to do. He's going to be taking this with the left boot. It's going to be curling inward. Whips it across. Pierre. Kareem Pierre. But it's charged down by Preston. And here comes Christopher Jacob. Strong tackle there by Walker. He gets himself in the referee's book. Leroy Walker just getting the yellow card. So it's going to be a free kick in a very interesting position here. So it's Trotman who's going to stand over this one. Jamari Trotman. He's already gotten his name on the scorecard via the penalty mark. He plays it across. Goodwin heads it, but it's just headed clear. And Figaro just bangs it forward. Goodridge find Preston. Smith picks the pocket of Preston. And then he's dragged to the ground. The manager, Charles, just asking for a card. None given by the referee. And he says, cheese on bread. You could translate that to whatever it means to you. But it's going to be a free kick here. Standing over this one is Andre Smith. Also there is Whiteley. Ricardo Whiteley. But just shaking himself off there is Smith. So Smith is going to take this one with the right boot. He rips it. It's high, it's wide. I'm afraid to say it's not very handsome. As it goes out for a goal kick. So as the halftime whistle approaches in this one, if you're just joining us, you're watching the Uwi Intercampus Game 2026, the crowning jewel in sporting activities for the university sporting calendar, bringing together all the campuses throughout the Caribbean and even across the world, as we've got footballing on the pitch. And it's Cave Hill. They are in black and yellow. Preston, the early ball forward. Sammy good defensive duties there. Marshall, he loses out to Gills. The impressive Gills turning one way then the other. Finds Taj. Finding Waldron. Waldron turns away nicely. Find Preston on the overlap. Preston trying to get the impressive Christopher Jacob going. It goes the other way. Strong tackle there by Goodridge. Preston. Back to Gills. Gills looking for movement. Goes back to Preston as they're beginning to boss the game now, Cave Hill. They're just stringing those passes together. Left and right. Taj with a good first touch. He's up against Walker. Good strong tackle there by Walker. It goes out. And it's going to be a throw-in. Darren Sammy's already scored 2. Ball across. And the ball finally goes out. It's going to be a corner. So Trotman. So it's going to be a corner here. Walking across to take it is Preston. That's Ryan Preston. He's going to be taking this with the right boot. Preston. Ball whipped across, and he's just flagging at it. Ball, they're not able to clear it, and then it's just put out. So not much more time left in this, the first half. The keeper, Franklin, just looking to touch the ball. And he goes short to Figaro. Figaro finds Walker. And it comes out. And that's the halftime whistle as referee Keston Hagard brings a close to the first half. At the half, it's Cave Hill 4, the Global Campus 0. We go to the break. When we come back, we'll have second of action as the action continues in Uwi 2026 Intercampus Games live right here from St. Augustine. Welcome back to action here at the Uwi St. Augustine grounds. It's football as the Uwi Intercampus Games continue 2026. We have Kville, they are in black, they're up against the Global Campus in orange and black. The Kville team, they lead 4-0. They got their goals from Darren Sammy, not the West Indies captain, not the West Indies coach, former West Indies captain, Christopher Jacob, the Upma, and Jamaki Trotman got one from the penalty mark. So the global team, of course, comprising online students, they have been unable to breach the defenses of the Kville team, and they have gone down a man in terms of their keeper, Ronaldo Franklin. He was forced out of commission through a knee injury. Well, earlier today he played volleyball, so he's a two-sport phenom. But his body not holding up. But that's the restart. And Goodridge finds Trotman, who finds Waldron. And Jacob goes back to Preston. Preston to Goodridge. Goodridge finding Waldron in the pocket. He finds the silky smooth Jilts. Jilts just moving forward with the ball. Finds Taj. Taj playing it to Doyle. And Doyle goes back to Philip. Philip back to his impressive skipper Goodridge. Goodridge finding Waldron, who finds Preston. And it's the second handle ball by Smith. He's not even looking up at the referee. Preston. Ryan Preston looking for movement. Waldron turns. He's up against Pierre. Pierre finds Smith. Smith to Hyde. Hyde one touch to Pedro. And winning out here is Waldron. The ball aimed at Jacob. Jacob with one touch into the area and into the side netting. So there had been Bullock. Joyce Bullock has come on for the as a substitute for the global team. Figaro losing out here. That's Doyle. Doyle finding Waldron, who loses out to Pierre. Pierre finding Smith. But then coming back and winning out is Waldron. Preston. Nice interpassing here as Jacob goes for a bit of a run. Ball across. Doyle. Waldron finding Taj. Taj with a shot. It's high, it's wide. I'm afraid to say it's not handsome. And going down in the area, it seems to be the other pair. So it's going to be Smith to take this one. Very cool conditions here. Andre Smith aimed at Marshall, but Waldron intercepts. A roly-poly, but he loses out. And Hyde. Twinkle Toes Hyde finds Pierre. Pierre finds Marshall. Marshall always willing to go for a run, but he loses out. Marshall from the Isles of St. Vincent. Ball thrown into Marshall. Marshall finds Whiteley to Hyde. Hyde just losing out. And then they play it across to Philip. Philip, he's got some time. And he finds Gilles. Gilles turns nicely. Beautiful ball. But it's well defended there by Walker. But it gets to Doyle still. Doyle coming in field. Tries to thread the needle. Trotman goes down under the challenge. No call by the referee. He signals, get up, son. But they lose out, and Bullock gets his first real touch of the ball. And he bangs it upfield. So not bad by Bullock. Handle ball. No call by the referee. Referee says it's ball on hand. Doyle finding Waldron. Waldron trying to get Darren Sammy going. Sammy turns. Preston now able to pick up the ball. And they're able to recycle. So Cahill tightening the screws. Hyde. Beautiful ball aimed at Marshall. Marshall is up against Goodridge. Goodridge comes and puts it out. Strong tackle. No intent there. Goodridge not happy with the challenge, but it was all ball. The attacker from St. Vincent making his body bigger. And now it's going to be a throwing. And it's Van der Poel. Van der Poel throws to Marshall. Strong work. Just committing the infringement there was Marshall, but he's not giving up on any play. Goodrich comes across. He gives a low five to his player Preston. Preston has been very composed, very good for his team. Preston, he's looking for movement. Bangs it forward, aimed at Darren Sammy. The impressive Jacob picks up. And it falls to Trotman. Trotman. Waldron giving it to Preston, but he loses out. Hyde. He loses out to Trotman. The referee says illegally so. Van der Poel finds Smith. Smith to Pedro. Pedro loses out. Waldron aimed at Jacob. He's lightning fast. Jacob in the area. He's a walls past Pierre. And then the other Pierre able to clear, but only as far as Trotman. Trotman finding Taj. Taj going back to Philip. Aidan Philip, and he goes to Trotman. Trotman picks up Jilts. Silky smooth Jilts. Taj. So Taj just putting that ball out, and it's going to be a throw-in. So the KVL team here comfortably ahead of 4-0. Thrown into Doyle. Doyle turns inside. Finds Trotman. And Walker just ushering that one out. It goes out. It's going to be a corner for the KVL boys. So if the result stays as is, KVL will go to 3 points. They'll be in second place on the table. Leading the table will be the Five Islands team. as they would have drawn one and won one. They would be on 4 points. The St. Augustine team would be on 1 point. And also on 3 points would have been the Mona team. Ball floated into the area. Good defensive header there by Smith. Hyde takes it down. Good touch by him. But then Goodridge able to get back and play it into nearest touch. Referee got just calling things to a halt. Coach Gibson just giving out some instructions. Of course, in Trinidad and Tobago local football, he's one of the coaches of Jinga. Van der Poel throws it down line. Hyde, very good skill there. Taking on the defenders. They're just barging into him. So Goodridge barging into the back of Hyde, and Hyde colliding with Preston. Hyde putting on his big screen, his movie tongue screen. And the smaller player paying the price. Preston is dragged himself up slowly. So Hyde showing that age is just a number. And Smith. So it's going to be Andre Smith. And he bangs his one across. Good defensive header there again by Goodridge. Darren Sammy looking to go on a foot race. Taj trying to play it across, but Walker does well. And then Pierre is able to clear. He'll be offside if he interferes with the play. And they're able to bring the ball out from the back. Jilks. Walls past Smith. Still Jilks. Finding Sammy. Sammy trying to get a return. The reverse pass going. Smith. Hyde. Ball played forward. Marshall in the foot race. He's up against Preston. Preston. Good work by Marshall. But it's going to be a corner if it goes out. And in fact, it's given us a goal kick. Well, let's have a look at it again on screen. I think referee Agar just getting that one wrong. So that's the touch. Down the line. And you saw the touch here by Preston. And then he continued to strain it. It went out. The referee, the only man who opinions matter, not me, not yours at home, signaled it was a goal kick, and we have the restart. Jilks finding Preston. Preston walking it forward. His coach is urging him to carry it forward, carry it forward. Waldron picks up. Trotman trying to find Darren Sammy. A good turn there by Jacob. He just flashes wide. Goalkeeper Bollock just allowing the ball to go wide. So since the second half have restarted, no goals conceded yet in the second half by the global campuses. But Cave Hill, they lead 4-0. They got their goals, a double from Darren Sammy. Christopher Jacob getting one. And from the penalty mark, we had Trotman providing the other. So with an opportunity And misinformation, Pedro is not from Mexico, but Pedro is from Belize. It's Pedro Koi Koi. But here comes the global campus. Ball played forward. Keeper Bollocks. And in the end, Pierre had to come and clear it out. I think he injured his own keeper. And Bollock, I think Bollock is the volleyball coach. And he's been injured by Pierre. So the volleyball player and the volleyball coach damaging each other. And they know. Yeah, this pair is 2 pairs. That pair is the tall, that's the hybrid of our names. Jason Pierre. It's Jason Pierre there, number 5. Oh, so it's, no, in fact it was, Darren Sami who continued his run. Yeah. So we'll have one more look at it again. Yeah, Pierre, so Pierre was getting charged without evidence. There's the true ball. And Bollock in no man's land. Pierre, and then just continuing his runner was Sami. So I was giving him the case. That's an inside joke. Well, back to the action on the pitch. The sun has come out. Nice cooling glare. As Preston plays it wider to Doyle. Doyle finds Gills. Gills back to Doyle. Doyle with the ball across. Trying to coming at the far post was Jacob. Unable to get on the end of it. And it goes out for a throw on the far side to the global campus. So we're just about an hour gone. 30 more minutes left in this one. If you're just joining us, you're watching the Uwi Intercampus Games live right here on Uwi TV and 360 TV. Of course, all this brought to you by Gatorade, Sunday Ice Cream, Blue Waters, UTC, Flavorite Ice Cream as well. So a lot of sponsors bringing it together here. Always good that the sporting activities are being supported by corporate Trinidad and Tobago. So hats off to them. And getting himself in the referee's book, one of the Keyville players. As we see standing over the ball, none other than Andre Smith. So Smith floats this one in. It's defended. And Smith still picking it up here. He finds the overlapping Kadeem Pierre. Oh, he can't keep it in play. In fact, it doesn't go out. And Goodrich caught in possession, but he gets it out to Doyle. Doyle looking for Sami. Walking it forward. Finds Strutman. Strutman goes back. And then across to Waldron. Waldron looking for movement. Finds Taj. Taj up against Walker. He just skips past the challenge of Leroy Walker. Across the face of the goal, and he's offside. The flag is up. The fans are laughing, but he has done well. He's offside. So Bollock did very well. But the global fans just thinking that he was bundled over. But he did enough. Darren Sami was offside, so the goal does not count. Bollock has come out and is fighting. That's Chase Bollock. And Smith stands over this one. We see one of the players, Adong. And they're having the medic very busy. Of course, former W Connection medic. She's been a physio at the very highest level here in Trinidad and Tobago. And you can see from the shirt, it's a bit of cramp. Of course, these athletes are recreational athletes more than anything else. And adjusting their bodies to this level of competition so quickly could just cause some strain. So the play is up. It seems to be Vidal Figaro. As we see some substitutions about to be made by Cahill. And the big number 4 in Nilon Joseph is looking to come on. But in the meantime, it's going to be Smith who's going to take this one. Andre Smith. He goes across to Walker. Walker finds Pedro. Pedro puts this one forward and out of the pitch. So his team playing a man down at this time as Vidal is off. But Preston walks off. And on for Preston comes the number 4, Nilon Joseph. So Nilon Joseph, he'll jog to the back. Goodrich finds Joseph, his first touch, as he walks the ball forward. Jills back to Joseph. Joseph treads the needle. In a foot race is Trotman, but across is Jason Pierre and does well, just screens the ball out. The big number 5, one of the many cross athletes on this global team, playing more than one sport, crossover athletes. Very normal at the Uwi Games. I remember many years ago, we would play more than one sport. Dean Atkin, the owner of Tribe, was one of those 2 sport athletes. He played football and cricket in his time at Uwi. At that time, he would do a section in Hearts. Now he's the owner of Hearts. What a story that has been. Ball thrown up the line. Doyle, though, trying to make a story of his own as he runs into the area. Ball across! Bullock just getting his hand to it. Does enough to push it wider. So the powerful Bullock just getting down low. The powerful Bullock just getting down low and pushing it wide after enterprising run there from Doyle. Yeah, Bullock getting down, pushing it wide. There he's punching the ground. We're probably thinking that I could have held on to that, but he didn't. So it's going to be a corner here. And it's going to be Taj who's going to take this one. Taj whips this one across. Ball comes. They are pleading for handball. Referee Egal right on spot. He says, corner, gentlemen. Get on with it. So Taj is going to get another opportunity to put this one into the area. He goes short to Trotman. Trotman back to Taj. Pedro wins it out. Still Pedro. Strong tackle by Taj. And the ball played out there by Pierre. That's Kadeem Pierre this time. And Taj throws it back to Philip. Philip brings it all the way around to Joseph. Joseph looking for movement. Goes the skipper, the impressive Goodrich, and he just walks it forward. Plays it forward. Aim to Doyle. Doyle gets there first. But then Walker clearing it out. Taj, good control. They've been unable to score in the second half. And going down now is Pierre. That's the other Pierre, Jason Pierre. He's holding his calf. The physio will have to get her salt prunes ready. Well, she's coming out of retirement. And definitely she's gotten her miles on today. Her 10,000 steps, she'll be very close to that. As the global players have gone down very often. Of course, Pierre would be one of the players who would have been playing volleyball early on today. So it's always difficult when you're crossing over and your sport is playing on the same day, your two sports. Some people play three. But all part of the excitement of the Uwi Intercampus Games. Games that brings together many cultures, many persons, and we know sport, one of the greatest unifying forces known to man. Very soon. Well, just next week we have the Champions League final. Arsenal with a chance to get a historic double as they play PSG. Am I saying PVC? And later on, we have the grand showcase of football, the World Cup, coming up this year in our region. Mexico, Canada, and the United States sharing data, hosting. Promises to be a spectacle in this side of the world. But back to the action on the pitch. It's Uwi Intercampus Games. Football takes center stage as Keville, they lead 4-0 versus the Global Campus. As Taj finds Philip. Philip brings it across the back to Goodridge. Goodridge looking for movement. Finds Gilles in the pocket. He turns beautifully. A reverse pass to Doyle. Doyle skips past the challenge. No, beautiful tackle there by Pierre. Jason Pierre this time. But he clears it only as far as Goodridge. Goodridge finding Trotman. Trotman turning around, looking for movement. As he finds Doyle. Doyle the return pass. But good work this time from the other pair. Does enough to put off Trotman. And it goes out for a goal kick. So time beginning to wind down as we approach just about 72 minutes gone. 18 more left. It's been a successful second half for the global team thus far. They've not conceded in the second half. They conceded 4 goals in the first, yet to concede in the second. Pierre, Kadeem Pierre does well, finds Hyde. Hyde is very skillful. Yeah, he's been barged over. The referee finally calling for it. And in fact, the call goes against Hyde. Interesting call there. Ball rolled forward. And it's going to be a free kick. Trotman is going to take it. He's already gotten his name on the scorecard, Jamari Trotman. Floats this one into the area. And at the far post was Gilles. Just guiding it wide. Smith with a good kick out. It was aimed precisely on Whiteley, but his touch was not a good one. Trotman back to Taj. Taj goes back all the way to Philip. Philip does well. The substitute coming on, the number 2. That's Edwards. Zakari. Goodridge finding Gills. Gills with a beautiful ball out wider to Christopher Jacob. Jacob finding Trotman. Trotman to Gills. Gills back up. Keeper Bullock comes and claims. And then he rolls it out. Oh, good strong throw. And Whiteley unable to maintain control. Philip. As the ball is just played out. And it's going to be a throw in here. As some of the fans just beginning to exit the arena. They've seen enough. As Taj throws it in to Goodridge. Goodridge just walking this ball forward. Drags past one. Finds Gills. He goes past Pierre. The other pair coming across and winning it. That's Jason. Hyde. Hyde to Van der Poel. Smith. Skillful Smith. Finds Hyde. Hyde. Winning out. Pierre finding Van der Poel. So some good plays here. Going down there with Smith. And now Jacob is able to go forward. He finds the substitute Edwards. Edwards. Strong tackle there by Figaro. And the physio jogs on again for Hyde. I'm hearing somebody saying, not seeing them, but they're saying that just now you'll need a physio for the physio after all the mild she's done. She takes care of Hyde. That's Richard Hyde, referee Keston Agard, standing right over, ensuring that all is well. But Hyde is able to get to his feet. That's really good to see. As they get ready for the restart. So not much more time left in this one. Just about 30 minutes plus whatever time would be added on by the referee. Referee calling for the infringement. Ball banged forward. Good defensive work there by Goodridge. Darren Sami, we've not called his name very often in the second half. Pierre, Kadim Pierre. He's taken down there by Philip. A strong challenge. The physio, she's taking care of one player. She'll have to take care of another. As going down in a heap was Smith. So while she's trying to get Hyde together, she'll have to get Dr. Drekel up as well. Well, he's finally gotten up. That's Smith. as Hyde has retired from the game. So the global team just going down to 10 men. But they'll have an excellent opportunity here to pull at least one back. And as we see, substitution about to take place here for Cave Hill as they look to just make a change. In the meantime, referee Agard. So Darren Sami makes way. He's gotten a double here today as he leaves the arena. Coming on for him, I think that's the keeper. That's the keeper from yesterday. So that's Archer, Xavier Archer. So it's gotten into a bit of a should I say, a fat match scenario. The keeper coming on and playing out. But the global team has not given up. They're down, but they're not out. And standing over this one, Andre Smith. Figueroa also standing over it. Can they get it up and over the wall? It's into the wall. And picking up the ball here is Archer. Archer bursting into the area. Archer across. Bullock with the save. So Bullock does well. And he throws it out. Just losing out there was Marshall. But going for a bit of a run. Taj. Looking to go past one. Does so. He's getting into the area. He's teeing it up here. A shot there by Archer. And it's cleared out. Gilles heads it down. Edwards. Good first touch by him. Finds Jacob. He's always full of running. Puts it across. But it's cleared out. Whiteley. But Goodridge just waltzing past the challenges. Puts it wider to Joseph. Joseph with one touch. And then he overhits it. Headed clear there by Leroy Walker. Pedro. Taj. Skips past the challenge. He's gotten back to his feet. Pedro comes. And Taj just finding himself in the referee's book. Not much more time left in this one. Just about 8 minutes left. Plus whatever minutes with the physio. She would need a massage after this game. She's definitely run her 10K. She's been up and down. There she's counting. She's hoping that she doesn't need to make this sprint. But Pedro decides to soldier on, the man from Belize. And it's going to be Smith who's going to take this one. So Smith. Ball played short to Figueroa. And it's banged forward there by Smith. Philip in a battle there with Marshall. Of course, Marshall from the Isles of St. Vincent. Pedro. And it's cleared out there by Goodridge. Taking no chances now as the sun slowly goes down in the east. Very picturesque as you watch it just past the administration building. A nice glow to the pitch. just about 6 minutes left. Not much more time. So it's going to be a throw in here. And to take this throw is going to be Smith. He's decided to take control of all activities. Throws it into the area. Good defensive header. Walker clears it forward. Pedro. That's a brilliant ball. Edwards. Edwards into the area. Shot taken. It falls to Archer. He's on the he's offside. He's asking what's going on. Of course, Archer, the keeper for Barbados. Normally the keeper. Today he's taking a bit of a trot outside. And Doyle goes down for Barbados, for Cave Hill. That's Stephon Doyle. So if you're just joining us, you're watching on Uwi TV and 360 TV, the Intercampus Games 2023. Of course, we want to thank Nescafe. It's brought to you by Nescafe. Sunday ice cream. Blue Waters. Gatorade. Unit Trust. So all these sponsorships bringing together what has been a spectacle thus far, running from the 21st of May to the 29th of May. Of course, carnival of sport, so to speak. Smith. Archer, sorry. But Gilles brings it forward. Joseph. Gilles. Joseph. Neil and Joseph. They goes back to their skipper. Goodridge finds Trotman. Trotman has his name on the scorecard here. And Archer is on the wrong side of the defensive line. Of course, he's normally the keeper, so probably he's not accustomed to being so far up the field. So he thinks as long as the ball is played forward, he has all right to go. So the coach is telling him, you have to look. He's probably saying, Coach, I'm in the post. So it's Smith. Smith finding Marshall. Smith doing well. This one is slipped through. Archer, beautiful ball. Jacobs. Beautiful save by Barak. Barak has come on and he's definitely add some strength to this team. A solid save by the big man. The ball was played through. Look at it here. Jacob looking to get a double, but making himself big and going down and coming up with the save was Belloc. Goodridge. Bring it across here to Philip. Philip wider to Taj. Taj just brings it in field. Exchanging passes on the wide. And it's Edwards. In fact, that's not Edwards. That's Jacob who passes it to Edwards. Taj. Marshall. The substitute who has just come on. Just dragging that shot wide. That's Christopher Harry. Just hurrying that shot. So as we approach the end of this one, Cave Hill, they seems that they're gonna get their first 3 points of this tournament. With that 3 points, they'll climb to second. Of course, earlier today, the Five Islands team got a bit of an upset win over Mona, winning 2-1. Joseph finding Harry. Whiteley is just barged off the ball by Trotman. Taking no prisoners. Smith bangs this one forward. This could be interesting. Marshall is quick. Marshall turns inside. Marshall with a shot! Wow, well saved by the keeper. So something for the fans at the end here. But it's Christopher Harry finding Gilles. Archer trying to play the one-time pass. Van der Poel. Pierre taking no prisoners. Goodrich, he's leading 4-0. We ain't added on time, and he still will not allow a goal. As it's going to be Kadeem Pierre. In fact, he leaves it for Van der Poel. Mario Van der Poel finds Smith. Easily handled by the goalkeeper. He goes down in the area, or just outside the area. Christopher Harry. And the physio, she walking out, and now she bursts into her jogger. I'm sure she never did as much running as she did today. Smith just takes his time, finally gets to his feet. And she says, amen. But it's only Smith who's going to stand over this one. He's got a very good right boot. Can he score a consolation goal here? As the referee, Mr. Kestenhager, just booking that's Harry. And it's going to be none other than Smith, Andre Smith, who's going to take this one. Wasteful at best there. A bit of an anti-climax. You will be expecting better from the big man. But not much left in this one. 2 minutes of added on time signal by the referee. He watches his watch. Walker. He's done well silently. Pedro. Still Pedro. Still Pedro. He loses out. Ball played forward. But then it's broken up there by Leroy Walker. No great hurry by either team to get the ball back in play. Taj throws it back in. Finds Trotman. Trotman to Gilles. Gilles bringing it across to the right side. Find the substitute Joseph. Joseph. Back to Gilles. Gilles shreds the needle. Trotman. Shot charge down, falls to Pedro. Pedro bangs it forward. Marshall. But he finds Goodridge in the way. And that's the final whistle. So at the end of it all, Cahill, they walk away with all 3 points. 4-0 winners here today. They got their goals, a double from Darren Sammy. Christopher Jacob got one, and from the penalty mark, Trotman added the other. So at the end of it all, Cavill, they get cup their first 3 points and climb to second in the standings. Well, from all of us here, my producer Jason Prasad and my cameraman Sachin Mohammed, I want to thank you for viewing another presentation live on Uwi TV and 360 TV. So from all of us here, I want to wish you good night and good luck.
We ready, Caribbean family, reunited, reignited. We ready, Caribbean family, Uwi Games again. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Represent. If you win the game, represent and call your team name. Reunited, reignited. We're ready. Caribbean families, Uwi Games again. 5 campuses competing, Uwi Games again. In 10 different disciplines, Uwi Games again. Since 65 we never look back. COVID tried to throw we off track. Now we reunited and ready to reignite the spark. All your team name represent. All your team name represent. The whole Caribbean in the